Okay. Yep, I know I'm late today. Let's pull up Redot. At least I don't think I'll be falling asleep today. And okay, everything is cool. And so yesterday, let's make sure my mic's on. Okay, yesterday I did the stuff for the door. So this actually saves the door data from the string. It actually recreates the door with via the string, right? For each door, and so when I save it out, what happens is it saves out in the room file. So we are going to test a deal. So we are going to put in the next thing here, ch:2, comma dest colon, and we're going to call this test room 01, like that. Make sure that this is like it is, and okay, test room 01. Okay, which means it's down in there. Now, what I do in the 2D map editor here is, now, of course, obviously, we're not going to be seeing the doors here just yet. And, oh, I just switched, that's why. Okay, so, now, let's do, actually, we're also going to do something here, too, that I didn't really think about uh, later. We're going to see if this kind of craps out on us. So I'm going to save the room data. Okay, now I have to reload because I haven't had a thing where it actually will actually let me see something here. Actually, let me see. There's two things I got to see here. First one is I got to check the actual room here. See if it created the door, which it should have. It didn't create the door. I don't need to delete anything. I have to actually create the door to save it, don't I? Okay, let's see. Anything going wrong here? No, but it's no longer in there. And it never saved. Okay. I don't know why every time I change something, I have to completely delete and redo these. Because I have to do that, or else these errors keep popping up. To save it, and then when I hit reload, everything's recreated, no problem. Okay, let's go into here. Let's modify this again. Test. I don't care. I'm just going to label it test. Enter. Okay, I'm going to save room data. Reload save scene. Oh, wait, let's clear this out. Probably come up with the errors again. Reload. No, it didn't. Okay, did it save it? Probably not. No, it didn't save it. Okay. That's because it didn't create the door. Here, let's go back in the script file here, and this is going through each of the doors, the door data, door ID, door choice, for door and doors. Okay, so room.doors only has one door, or only has whatever it has in there. So it looks like what I need to do is I need to actually create the new doors. That means I need to take all of this out here. Uh, which is fine because so what we need to do is we need to actually create the doors. Separately. Okay, which is fine. And this doesn't matter as far as right. So gotta do this, gotta do that, gotta do that. Now, make sure this is saved. Reload save scene. And then I got this again. Go all the way up here to the... Okay, so... Oh. Okay, where's it at? Parameter data.tree is null. $80. You know what? I'll go ahead and deal with these errors after the fact, because basically what it is I'm saving. I'm trying to save the editor map. Actually, I wonder something. Let's clear this out. Let's reload save scene. Does it do it twice? It does do it twice. All right. Well, I'm going to hope that it irons itself out when I'm done. But if it doesn't, then I'll check it then. Reload save scene. Reload save scene. Oh no, I gotta save it. Okay. Let's save it. Then reload save scene. And then it's back to normal. Okay, so basically what I gotta do is I have to create new doors based on the string here. Oh, it already has a door strings. Interesting. All right, door data. Where is door strings? Honestly, file access, JSON string, door strings up there. It's just an array. Okay. And here's the thing, right? Put this down here like this. If I reload save scene, I should get a bunch of the 36 errors again, right? Yep. So whenever I change the code, and that's kind of where it shouldn't do that every time you change the code, but that's the way that works. No, cancel. I want to delete rooms. I want to delete the rooms themselves. Okay. Reload. I have to clear this out. And reload saved scene works fine. Okay. All right. Let's see. I don't create doors in here, do I, right? I only create them when I am creating the rooms. I'm actually... Load data from JSON for doors and JSON data. Okay, so I'm gonna actually use the same code here. In fact, I'm actually gonna use the same return true. That's the function, isn't it? See, that's why I need a separate deal for the actual function. Um, data from JSON. See, like this. Actually, that way, B. That way I can tell which is from which. Okay, so right, because these are all going to be indented, right? Yeah. Okay. If doors and JSON data, var I equals 0, door data, spec string equals door specs I equals spec string. So it loads it into, all right. Okay, so it loads each door into the spec string array in the well, not this, in the door specs array. So this just takes existing doors when it loads. Okay, when we save, we'll have to create new doors. Okay. So we create new doors based on spec strings, and that means we got to loop through them. In fact, we loop through them all, and then we recreate the door data. And so that's what we're doing in the save function. Yeah, control this. That's what we're doing in the save function here. Okay. Right. Uh, in fact, what I can do here is I can actually go ahead and take all of this. Now, I have that in a for loop. I probably don't need, I can probably do it in a loop, and which is okay. So I'm going to take this out here. We're going to leave that like it is. Save room data, JSON path, saving room data 2. Let's think. Let me think for a second. Should I put it? Should I put it in its own function? because what's going to happen is, okay, save room for room data for room. Maybe I should put that. Okay, so um, yeah, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make it a function. Create doors from door specs, and we want to give it a room too. Anyways, we want to give it a room, I think, because that's where we're actually getting the specs from. The specs array, we're going to be accessing the specs array when we do this. I'm going to go ahead and do the thing that I will do, which is most of you GD scripters or anybody that does GD script or even Python or whatever are probably going to cringe at. But I am. And what? How come? Okay. I'm shrinking this down, and then there you go. So I can have the chat on the side, although it doesn't really matter, I don't think, because I don't think anybody's watching. But okay, so I'm gonna do the thing that kind of C pluses me. I could do the Pascal version. That would make you even more infuriated if I did begin like that, and I did end func create doors from your create doors from specs room. I don't need door specs. I just say specs. See, now I have a begin and end here, and then I can let's see. I can just do that. Okay. And I can go ahead and Control V. Okay, Control V. Now this doesn't matter much here. What if I did that like that? I'm just saying, what if I have a space? You know, I could always like I could always put like a little you know, the C one. That was the other thing I was proposing. That's in a sense almost trying to make it look like another language, which is I'm not trying to do. This, of course, begin and end is in Pascal, but nobody uses Pascal anymore. Plus, all I'm really just showing you is the begin and end of the function. Um, anyways, if door string index is less than, we're gonna take that out and take this out. Okay. So for door spec in dot door specs, we're gonna call this door spec, which is a string. Now, here I can go ahead and do this and or door spec. And honestly, I can probably look at this and it will probably help, especially the little tab marks here, which is supposed to help you be able to see what's in line with what. But I want to make sure that I know where a code block begins and ends. Anyways, okay, so we're splitting the tokens like we do. We're doing that, and we have the three strings basically. Now, what we want to do here is right here, and for token, and we'll actually put a space there too. There. And we want to make the door afterwards, so we want to create the door, we want to add it to the room. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the, what I want to do is I want to remove, let's do that. What I want to do is I want to remove the doors from the rooms, and I want to recreate the doors. And it will actually only be called when, it'll only be called when you save it. So it's not going to do it all the time. Honestly, if I could tell when, I wonder if there's a way I could tell when I entered in the when I entered in the text. Because if I could tell when I entered in the text, I could actually have it create a door from that and do it almost as soon as you enter it in. So maybe I'll ask Grok, because window. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to get. Well, today's Friday, so I probably won't get to the rest of it. I mean, I might only get to adding these doors here, and that might be just it. But I'm actually gonna have an add room in. I'm gonna have an add and remove room button in the editor that I'm gonna add to my little custom fade plugin, so that so I can add new rooms from the editor, and then, like I said, I can create doors with the script. But here, so let's go to Grok, and let's go to my last conversation, even though it's getting a little long in the teeth. Today, tell me to detect when a variable in the inspector has been modified. Because honestly, I don't want to necessarily create the doors at save time. I wanted to create the new doors. I want to create the new doors. That's another interesting thing. I had it. Essentially recreate the. It's not recreating the door, but recreating the JSON based on the spec strings. But if I do it this way, is if I have it make the rooms instead, I can remove. Oh wait, I didn't do that, right? I took that out, right? So I took that out. So now it just does it based on the current door, which is fine. So it works as the way it did originally. So that will actually work anyways. Tell me if there's a way to detect when a variable in the inspector has been modified. Because when I modify the door specs string, I'm going to want to create new doors based off of that. But I don't know if there's a way to determine when you entered in or updated a variable. And I know there's a deal where if you have a, I don't have a set in there, right? Or do I? Let me check. Let me check first. Um, room. I do expose it in the door specs as an array that I do expose. I don't have a way of setting though, huh? Right. Okay. I'm not sure about that. All right, let's see what it says. Okay, let's see if it tells me anything here. It looks like it'll probably be another week before I actually get to work on the story part again. Using the set method for an exported property. Set door specs, set method, call whenever a property is modified. Godot Redot also emits a property change signal for nodes. When an exported property is modified in the editor, you connect the signal with your @tool script to detect door specs changes. It's tied. Um, well, I'm going to be modifying array entries and a set command, and so wouldn't a set function have to yeah. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much because if I guess you can do value. because that's what the inspector would probably do anyways, right? I don't know. I'll wait till this tells me what it says, and then I will go ahead and determine based on that. So basically, when you hit enter, and not when you're typing in, but when you actually hit enter, uh, in fact, the signal might only trigger when you hit enter. Door specs is an export. The set method would be triggered when the entire array is modified, not when individual array entries are edited. Modifying a single string with the array. Um, I mean, I suppose it's possible. What happens is, it's okay. So like, if it's just a string variable, you type in the string, it keeps sending the update deals. So it does it a character at a time, which is evidenced by when I actually try to edit the IDs of the room. So it's possible that that an array works similar in that you enter the string in, but it doesn't necessarily update it until you hit enter or until you navigate away. So maybe I'll have to ask it after that. But you're right. Type array is modified. Doesn't directly call set. It's a mutation of an array element. It's a reassignment. Set is called when door specs array itself is set to a new value, e.g. adding or removing elements in the inspector, assigning a new array. Adding an individual string in the array inspector updates the array's contents but doesn't trigger set because the array reference remains the same. Use set for array level changes. Set can still be catch major changes, adding a new door string or removing one. You can compare the new array with the previous one to detect modifications and rebuild doors accordingly. For individual string edits, you need to manually trigger a door update, e.g. via a button or editor action, or pull the changes, less ideal. Custom editor property. Create a custom inspector property for door specs using get property list to expose the array as a set of editable fields. This way, changes in individual elements can trigger a custom setter. More complex as it requires defining a custom property structure. And you'll trigger a button, add a button, save room metadata button to manually trigger door updates after editing door specs in the inspector. This is simpler and fits your workflow. You're already saving doors via save room data for room. Pull for changes in process for specs of chains. Use the save button to trigger door creation. This avoids the limitation of set for array element changes and keeps your work more straightforward. Let me try something. And I don't know if this would actually even work. What we're going to do is I'm going to say, we're going to use set. So we're going to say colon set equals set door specs, like that. Okay, and then, no, actually, I don't know if I can do this legally, but I'll do it up here. Func set door specs ds on array. Okay. Void colon for specs equals ts. Okay. I mean, it's a pretty cut and dried, quick dealy here. Now, the thing that I'm going to do here, though, is I'm going to print yes. We're going to see if it'll just print out. It might not print out, but we'll see if it does. And I probably still need to delete these. I'm not going to sweat it because I'll do that afterwards if I need to. S, reload save scene. Okay. Okay, so let's go into Enchanted Lands. Let's go into the doors array. And let's just go ahead and type in CH. Okay, so it triggers all the time anyways. Which is okay, I think. Colon space 2, comma, test 1, space test. Okay, so it's that door specs. But I still don't know when it ends. In other words, it's sending a thing every time, and it's updating it every time I enter in a character, like I do with the individual string. Okay, so let me talk to Grok again, I guess. Okay, so just adding a set setter will update every time you enter text in. So that actually works. I had it print the array, and it does it just like it does with strings, except it's displaying all elements in the array. So that's not really a problem here. However, actually, let's do something here. Let me do one more test here, too. Okay, let's just say I do O1 like that. What if I click off of it? Nothing happens. If I click, now it's still there, but it only set door spec. It's only setting door specs when I hit. When I hit enter, it will say set door specs. So that's some sort of signal thing, correct? If I can interpret, if I can intercept that, or if I can somehow tell when it calls that set function, It's got to be calling the set function every time I enter text in. Otherwise, it wouldn't be updating the string all the time. So, but it only says set door specs when I hit enter, right? Uh, Hopefully Grok can tell me. I might need to do a new conversation on this in particular. Glad you got the set method working. Let's address your observations. Setter triggering on text entry. Correct. The set method for drawer specs is called every time you modify the array in the inspector, including when you edit individual string elements or add or remove elements. Treats array modifications, even adding a single string, as a change in the entire array. Triggering set is why your print shows all elements. It's receiving the updated array each time. Set door specs on enter. Yes, when you hit enter on the inspector to confirm a text edit, Redot finalizes the change door specs triggering set. This isn't a separate signal, but part of the property system. Editing a string in the array modifies the array's contents. Pressing enter commits that change, calling set door specs with the new array value. The set door specs message you're seeing is likely from your debug print or Redot's internal logging confirming the property update. Works fine. I'm good on that front. However, I believe the set door specs line is Redot's own logging, but I'm wondering if there's a way to tell that it did that. Can I find a way to read whenever I hit enter on a particular array entry? You correct that set door specs is likely internal logging shown in the output panel when a property is updated in the inspector. You're now wondering if there's a way to specifically detect when you hit enter to confirm. It's still the AI still like goes and does this weird thing. Okay, I kind of noticed too that this even though some people were wanting to see some code, wanting me to see some action in the code wise, when I'm doing this stuff and I'm adding this stuff, I don't get as many viewers for some reason. I mean, well, I should say I know the reasons. I think it's just because the coding part's pretty boring. Plus, I'm asking Grok all the time what to do or to help me, so I guess that's kind of boring too. But I mean, that's kind of the way it goes, I guess. Uh, it will get a bit more interesting later when I actually start working on the game again, which might not be till the week after next now. It really depends here. It really depends on how fast I can get this part working, and then how fast I can get adding new rooms and stuff. Adding new rooms won't be that hard. I'll just modify my plugin to have a couple more buttons that send signals, and then whenever the signal does, then I'll create a new default room, and then you can save it, and it will save with empty doors if there's no doors, and then it will save um, if there's once I get this part working, it'll actually create doors when I edit. Okay, right. There's a specific way when you hit enter. It doesn't provide a direct way to detect the exact moment you hit enter on a specific array entry in the inspector. The set method is triggered for the entire door specs array whenever a change is made, including enter to confirm a string edit. It doesn't give granular info about which entry was edited or that enter was specifically pressed. The set specs log is part of the Redot property system, not a signal you can directly hook into. Possible workarounds. Compare the new door specs array with a stored copy to identify which entry has changed. For example, store the previous door specs as previous door specs and check for differences when set door specs is called. This can tell you which string was edited, but won't specifically confirm enter was pressed. It'll catch any array change. Custom inspector property. Use get property list to define door specs as a custom property with individual fields. That lets you assign setters to each element, detecting edits more precisely. However, this is complex and likely overkill. Connect to the property change signal from the room node. You got toolscript to catch inspector updates. This signal fires with any property changes, including door specs, but like set, not specific to enter. Now, Grok probably knows what it's talking about, but there's a small possibility that there's still a way that I can do that. In fact, they didn't even know that that change in editing an entry would actually change the thing. I mean, or at least it didn't. I didn't give it enough information for it to infer that. But there's a possibility that Grok is wrong, right? Because Grok can be wrong at times. But I don't know, maybe I can just do like a search. Brave Leo would probably try to explain. I can also try asking in the Discords. Actually in let's see something here. Where am I at? I am at Redot discussion. Resources, questions, suggestions, community general. Right? There's the video. So I can export an array and use a setter method so that whenever I update the array, an array of strings, it will we'll call set, and we'll say you can call set and it does that for every character in the particular string. I confirmed this by printing out the array. However, when I hit enter, it says set my array, where my array is the array looking. Okay, I'll just leave that because you can tell that. Here I'll just show you what I'm doing. That's why I'm looking at creating my neck, looking at the thing here. So when I can export an array and use a setter method so that whenever I update the array, an array of strings, we'll call set, and does that for every character in the particular string. I confirm this by printing out the array. However, when you hit enter, it says set my array. Is there a way to tell when it does this? Like, can I, is there a way to tell I hit enter? To presumably finalize the string. I'm just going to copy this and go into the Godot Discord. Copy in the quick help, I think. And hit paste. Oh, see, somebody already asked a question, but okay, so I asked it in. Okay, where is where is Godot from? Okay, so I said this in here, and I said that in here, and we'll see if anybody replies. This person is probably replying to the one above here, but yeah, I'm not. Okay, so okay. In GD script, there way to tell when I modified an array entry in the inspector. And I don't really expect to find anything through this method because it's a complex search, and I don't know more. Is there in GDScript, there isn't a built-in way to directly detect when the array entry is modified. However, you can implement custom setter and getter. Yeah, right. I know that. However, this method requires careful implement performance issues. I'm using a setter already, and it does show me every change in the array. Well, actually, here, let's see. Support fringe case. It just throws away performance, compile time, checking and type safety for no gain in almost all scenarios. Access properties directly instead of sprite set. Use sprite position equals value. Oh, that's not really what I care about. Well, I mean, I can look at the documentation. I guess. Okay, is when I type into a string entry into the array of strings, it shows me every character I typed in, but it only shows me set my array when I hit enter. Is there a way to detect when I hit enter? Maybe Leo can tell me a little bit more, maybe. See? Okay, drop back here. Nobody's reply because probably nobody's talking in there. Jump back here, and I probably don't get anybody talking to me here, but we'll see, I guess. Technically, hit enter in the inspector to finalize your change in the array. You can use a combination of a custom setter and a signal to track when the array is modified. However, the inspector itself does not provide a direct way to detect enter key press. Tracking the changes and comparing the array before and after the setter is called. Yeah, I know I can do that. Set my array value array. Check the array's change. Previous array does not equal value. Previous array equals value duplicate. Emit the signal if the array is finalized. Is well, it seems the set function triggers after every key press. So that means it's not triggering when it's finalized. Or I should say, is also triggering when finalized. I want it to trigger when I'm done and hit enter. Maybe I won't be able to do this. I mean, I guess we'll see here. Does not provide a difference in finalization enter key press. However, you can implement a workaround using a timer to debounce the setter function. This way, you can detect when the user has stopped typing for a certain period, which can be considered as finalization of the input. I could do that. I mean, that would probably work. Define signal to notify when the array is finalized. Export my array. Set my array. Yeah, we're not doing set get anymore though because it's newer. Uh, Debounce timer equals timer new. Wait time. Okay, so I created a timer. Update the previous array. Check the array has changed. Start the debounce timer. If debounce timer is stopped, debounce timer start. On debounce timeout, stop the timer. Emit the signal to indicate the array has been finalized. Connect the signal to a function to handle the finalization. That's tricky anyways, isn't it? I mean, it's not tricky. It's something that works. It's a timeout, right? Hmm. Timer is created at a short interval, 0.5 seconds, to bounce the setter function. The timer started whenever the array is modified. Timer stopped and finalized when the signal is emitted when the timer times out, indicating that the user has stopped typing. Set my array function checks if the array has changed. If it has changed, it updates the previous array and starts the debounce timer. The debounce timeout function is called when the timer times out. It stops the timer and emits this array finalized signal to indicate the array has been finalized. Signal connection. The array finalized signal is connected to the onArray finalize function, which handles the finalization of the array. This approach could help you detect when the user has finished modifying the array and has hit enter or stop typing for a certain period. Okay. Interesting. Might be the only way I can do it. The question is it worth doing? Because I could do a simple thing where the thing is only created when uh, the full string is finished. I could even put in a delimiter like an in state like a you know what I mean, like a semicolon or something to tell when the end is in there. So I type the stuff in, and then when it detects a semicolon in there, then it can uh, it can create the door. Now the only thing is okay. So the door ID is something that the door ID would be created afterward. I might still have to do the signal thing anyways, right? I'm not really sure how I should go about this, whether it's worth it. Um, it's obvious that I'm not going to get an answer there. And I'm probably not going to get an answer there either. Okay, what time is it? I still have 30 minutes till break. You know, uh, if I hit enter, there's a, uh, was it the line feed character get added to the string? I spent any string in the thing. Not typically added to the string. Spectre treats the entry key as a way to finalize the input rather than the input character. Refined. It doesn't need to be refined. I was curious. Uh, Not sure. I have to think about this for a second. And then the other thing that I need to do is I need uh, actually I can do this to actually delete it too. It can detect when it becomes empty. without actually deleting the entry, the array entry. So I don't know, it just kind of makes it complex. I mean, I could do a well, actually, what it said was what I should do is just do it when you hit the save button. When you hit the save button, uh, then that could be the trigger saying that you need to create doors, and that's kind of what I was going to go with anyways originally. So and the creating the doors, what it's going to do is it's going to remove all the doors. It's going to recreate the doors from the strings because that's what I actually have it load in. It loads in the string specs, right? The door specs. And so you want to add and you want to add doors or even remove doors. Let's see. Okay, so all right. So the way so I'm gonna have a thing that does the save thing, and it's going to check for a full door spec. A full door spec. Uh, Now the only thing is the destination can be any name. So if I put a line ending character like a semicolon, so if I say semicolon in there, uh, then what I should do is I should check the whole string. If there's a semicolon in there, then right, it's going to delete the doors, right? So it's going to delete all the doors there, and then it's going to re-add them. So it's going to recreate them and re-add them. So um okay, so maybe I shouldn't worry about the whole setter thing. In fact, I don't necessarily need a setter, right? Okay, so question. When do you need a setter on an exported variable? And when do you not need one? And maybe I'll ask Grok that too if this doesn't have something that explains to me what I'm trying to figure out. Because I just thought of something that, well, what Grok said was just to do what you're doing. When you hit the save button, do the thing in the save function. It won't be in the save function. It'll be its own function, but it'll be in the the event the save button press event, right? So it emits a signal and then it picks it up and it connects it to the editor map script, and then it picks up. So when I press the button, then it'll go in there. It'll remove all the doors. Uh, then it will go in and recreate all the doors based on the text. And that also means when I load it up, I need to load up a semicolon in the uh, after I load into the string. Append a semicolon to the end. Specific where you need to perform additional actions or infer certain conditions when the variable is modified. Sure, valid values. Okay, that's normal. That'd be a normal reason to have a setter. Set effects. You can trigger events or signals when the variable changes. Oh, that's right. It's like when you're okay. So when I'm trying to update the labels, I have to manually update the labels to the new text. It doesn't automatically update them. So I would use a setter so that it would call my code along with the setting of the variable. So I don't strictly need a setter in this case. So simple data types, performance considerations, read-only variables, simple initialization, summary. Well, Rock told me to just go ahead and use a save function. Well, okay. Rock mentioned not to worry about when it finalizes a string entry. Instead, use my existing save plugin. Basically, it saves rooms in my game when you hit the button in the editor, in the 2D editor. Um, so maybe I won't worry about a setter or anything else. I don't really need it. How do you handle saving the rooms in your game? You don't need to perform any specific on the array entries or finalize an inspector using. You indeed skip the setter and the debounce timer. Focus on the save plugin. Inspector usage. Yeah. So the array string is to create or modify doors in the rooms. Doors are nodes that have a destination field that allow me to change the different rooms. I want to be able to add or delete rooms. The inspector. And honestly, I could add a button, but I'm thinking with doors, I don't want to add a button. Because when I save thing, I would just want it done. I want it saved when it's saved. I want to modify stuff and then save it. So while I will have an add room function, like a button, it'll be a separate button to add rooms. I won't have a separate button to add doors. So I came up with this method where I have an array of strings that define a door and that will recreate the doors based on the array. Got it. Create a string in the inspector to find and modify doors in your rooms. This is where you put for managing dynamic content in your game. Okay, here's how you can. Yeah, they all do this thing, right? I wasn't asking it to show me how to implement it. Well, I've got all I need. Thanks. One thing I did think about is I probably want a sort of end of line character to tell when to add or remove doors. In this case, it would automatically remove all doors and recreate them based on the array. So the deletion part is fine. But if I add, say, a semicolon, it could tell it to create a new door if that's there. If that's there in the string, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't create it. This will allow me to easily add or remove doors. Okay, use a specific delimiter like a semicolon to help you clearly define when to create a new door. Make it easier to manage the array of strings in the inspector and ensure the doors are created and removed as needed. Yeah, I don't actually need the setter part of it because I already have the button. So, anyways, okay. So I was talking to Brave Leo, the Brave search engine from the guys that make the Brave browser. Uh, um, AI search assistant, AI assistant, and it actually had an interesting solution. A debounce timer uh, to tell I had paused for a bit before um, sending a finalized signal. But even though that would work, I remembered you suggested just to use my save rooms plugin to create for doors, and figured this is fine, but I also need a delimiter. I think I'll just use a semicolon. Um, to decide whether or not to create the doors. since I'm going to be removing the doors and recreating them, it will also handle removing doors, because if I don't have the delimiter, then it won't recreate it. And I don't know. I just like, sometimes I like just like to now I could just tell it to just to do stuff, and I think Rook, if you're listening, or if anybody, I don't know. Anyways, Rook was saying he just asks it to do stuff, and then he stops it when he doesn't need to. I don't know. I tend to like to. I like the back and forth. I like the talking aspect of the AI, and I don't mean, depending on what the string is, you have the set function validate whether the string works. Yeah, yeah, I can do that. Welcome, Fluffy. I didn't notice you there. Even though I actually, okay, so you can probably see it since the desktop, right? Let's see. Can you see it? Yeah, you can see the chat there. Even though the chat's right there, I'm just focused like right on the stuff that I'm doing here when I'm talking to the AI. So so sorry I didn't notice you there for a second. And Fluffy, since you look like a new person, or maybe you're just somebody that I know using another name. Where did you hear about Where did you hear about the stream? Did you just see it pop up in your things, or did you see it on IRC or X or something? Anyways, just curious where you're coming from. I always like seeing new people in here, but that's usually few and far between. But yeah, so whenever you whenever you hear that. And also, I'm still a little uneasy talking when nobody's talking back. In other words, I can read the chat, and then it's like sort of real time. It's not real time. It is when you're typing it. There's a little bit of a delay, but that's not the big deal. And then, but it's not like I'm actually talking to somebody. So like I do the text over here, and then I read it. Sometimes I read it too late, and then I talk into the camera, and maybe they're gone, or whatever. So I'm still just a little awkward about the whole chatting thing when it comes to the camera and stuff. Anywho, let's see what it says. Anyways, like I was saying, I like the back and forth. I like the talking to get the ideas going. Because it helps. It's like the rubber duck debugging, right? Where you talk to an inanimate object so you can like kind of go through your problem, or like when you're debugging stuff. So I use the AI sort of like that. So I like to say some statements and see what it says back. Although most of the time it gives me like way more than I need. But I mean that's just the way all these AIs work. They just give you a bunch of extra text. Okay, I understand your approach that you bravely, as well as how you're refining your solution. Debounce timer to detect when you pause editing door specs in the inspector, treating the pause as finalized signal to trigger door creation. Well, effective for real-time updates. Slight against this because you're already using the save room metadata button to handle door creation which is simpler and more controlled approach. You're opting to use your existing save mechanism to create doors when you save. We'll parse the door specs array, remove existing doors, recreate them based on the updated array. This handles both adding and removing doors. If a string is removed, the door specs in the inspector, the corresponding door won't be recreated on save. Yeah. I've been following the Redot Discord for a short bit and saw your post. Saw you post a link. I also saw your question, so I jumped in to try to discern what you're actually trying to achieve. Yeah, so I could even show you here because I still have it in here. Um, okay, so I don't know if you know the full thing about the game. I'm making an adventure game, and I'm starting with a choose your own adventure. So I'm going to evolve it over time to where it's a full point and click adventure. It's going to be like months down the road or whatever. It's going to be a long time because this is actually taking a long time here. But so right now what I'm doing is I'm using the editor as a layout tool here, and I've got this save room data, which actually goes in. It saves the positions in these files. So the JSON are the room files, and then I actually have these meta files, which are basically X and Y of the actual room panel here. And so let me pull up a room file here. So this is the description of a room, right? An ID, which consists of a number and a location, and it shows the parent, which I may not ever need, but it's there just in case. I got a label, which is basically this name here, but without the underlines or the location number. And then here's the description. In fact, if you want to let the player, or if I want to let the player know that there's another option here, I have to actually put it in the description. Otherwise, they don't see it there. I don't have a separate thing for choices right now because I was going for the simplest thing. I started out when I started. I had two boxes, and one of them would be for choices, and I realized, that's for. And what I was trying to do is I was trying to center them. And I was trying to have it expand the text out from the center and cut off at a certain point, and it was kind of a big pain in the butt. So I just said, you know what? Why don't I just go the simplest I can go, and that is I put everything in the description that I want the player to see, and that'll be good enough. And then these are doors, and doors are basically they're separate nodes that actually lead to these room, right? So I have the number here, and I got the actual name with the location there, and then I got a little number on the side that's a subscript because in a choose your own adventure, um, you're basically going forward in a new page, so you're not really backtracking. You don't really reuse rooms in this form. So, and eventually I'm going to make it to where a room will have like multiple choice sets depending on where you are in the game, to in lieu of save states. And save states are going to happen to like another phase, a couple of phases down the line. But so this is destination to the room. Choice is basically the choice that you use. You hit a number key or a keypad number, and it will instantly go to that room. And this choice is 1 through 9. I could put anything in there, but it only accepts 1 through 9. It'll parse it. It'll turn it into a number, and it'll match it. And the reason it's a string, it's actually a string because later on down the line, I'm going to introduce a parser, so it'll actually have like full words commands in it, and it will probably it'll use the commands or whatever. Although I probably won't even have this choice, like this choice thing in here, anyways. But so that's just a string. So, okay, so what I'm doing is I want to add and remove doors, and I want to add doors, or I want to be able to modify doors in the inspector. So if I click on here, I could actually modify the door itself, right? And actually, when you save it, it'll actually save back to the JSON file. So that's fine. But I wanted a way just to do it with just the rooms here. So I came up with the idea of using strings. So this is an array of strings called door specs, and in it's got the choice field and it's got the destination field, and the ID is just basically the name or whatever. Hey, Greg. I'm explaining to Fluffy what all this is about right now. um, so So what happens is you enter this in here, and then it's going to create the door. It's going to create new doors if the door doesn't exist. But actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it actually remove all the doors, recreate the doors based on the array, and then re-add them. Um, what happens here is I'm using a setter right now, which I don't really actually need to use a setter, but each time I modify this, it adds to the array. Hey, Rook. Hey, 3 people at one time. That's a record. Well, actually, well, no, yeah, that's a record, at least for people talking, anyways. um, I was trying to determine when it finalized, because this does it every character. I can't create a door every time that the thing comes up. So I'll have to either match a string, I'll have to match the whole string to it or whatever, uh, which is why I was trying to figure out when it finalized the the array entry. So if I hit enter, you notice it says set door specs, and I was trying to see if there was a way to detect when that happened. And asking the AIs, they were telling me that there is not really a method to detect it. So apparently, set door specs here, the finalization part, acts as just like these. In other words, I hit enter, as well as entering in text, and it triggers it. So I decided I probably don't need a setter. I don't need to do that because I don't need to modify that. But instead, I'm figuring on I'll have to put on a delimiter, a character delimiter, and and I'm probably just going to use a semicolon. I'm going to match it, and if the semicolon's in there, it's going to create the door. If it's not in there, it's not going to create it. And so by deleting all the doors, when I hit save and then recreating the doors, this takes care of both adding and removing. So all I have to do is I have to have a semicolon in there uh, when I hit save. And in fact, I can probably, I probably don't need to hit enter to finalize it. Although maybe when I'm actually making these, I'll probably will do that. But so it'll have a semicolon. It'll read the semicolon and says, okay, that's a full room definition there. So I can go ahead and create it. So that's what I'm going to do. Unfortunately, and you guys can leave. It's cool. Unfortunately, it's about time for my break right now. So I finally got to this point of deciding what I was going to do here and whatever, and everybody comes in right as when I'm starting my break. And but thanks for popping in. Seeing what's going on. And you can also let's just set door specs. Let's just remove that because I don't actually need that. Anyways, but yeah, thanks for popping in, and you guys, the long time guys. I know Rook, you put it on in the background, and Greg, you come and go whenever you need to come and go because you got work or whatever you do during the day. Yeah, well, it'll only be 30 minutes, so you can come back in 30 minutes if you're around. And you seem like you work from home, so yeah, thanks. But I'll be resuming this thing, and today I'll probably get to the actual door creation removal part, and then I can add. Then I will probably add add and remove buttons here for actually adding rooms, and there'll be 2 separate buttons. I'll add to the plugin that does this, and they'll send 2 separate signals, and I'll create the doors, and then I'll be able to edit and add new doors, and then finally I'll be able to I'll probably be able to use it. Okay, so that's cool. So see anybody after the break, and thanks for stopping by. Anyways, if I don't see you the rest of the day. Okay, Okay, I am back. For anybody that's still around. Yeah, there's also another weird thing. It's not really weird, but it's kind of weird. Let's see if it does it here. Let's say I said CH or something. And let's say I save the scene. Reload, save, and clear that out. Reload, save scene. And now it's instantly got these errors. And it has to do with there's a create timer thing in here to let me think of what it was for again. Oh, okay, so the here, let me show you what I was doing. That is, if you're still in here. Okay, so I'm gonna delete all the rooms here. Delete. Okay. Gonna save it, clear the output, and then reload the scene. Reload save scene. Now, see, the thing you can do here is I can call this enchanted land, and then now if I save it, this isn't actually saving the rooms. This is just saving the editor map scene. If I reload the save scene, now it's instantly here again. It's got these errors again. I have to re-delete. So whenever I do make a change in here, actually there's a good test for that though too here. Delete. Okay. Reload save scene. Oh, I thought to cancel. I have to actually save the editor map to do this. Reload save scene. Okay. Now keep in mind that I didn't it reloaded from the JSON. So this is like it was. It didn't keep the save. But basically, here, let's do this. Reload save scene. See, there's no errors in there. So if I go back here, whenever I change it, and actually I have the deal here. Actually, here, I'm going to do this test here. Okay, so, oops. Enchanted land, I modified it. I save it. Save. Then let's reload the saves. Now if I don't save this and I hit reload save scene, everything is fine. In fact, the save is in there because I actually saved it. Now, if I change it again, why isn't it? What's going on here? Oh. Unsaved changes. Okay, reload save scene. Reload save scene. Okay, everything is fine. Enchanted land. Okay. So if I do this, lands, and then I save it, reload save scene, and now it's off again. See? So whenever I do that, it means that this has been changed, and somehow it cannot call create timer on a null value. It says, which is let's go to room, let's go to 81. This is the wait get timer. Okay, so basically what was happening was I was able to update the description using the set set description, right? So it sets the new description, then it updates the description label, right? This was working fine. When I was doing the set ID, was it the set ID? What do I got? Set label. Okay. No, set ID, set label. Label. Modify description text. I think it was the ID. I was working on the ID. I don't think I was working on the label yet. So when I did the set ID, and it pretty much follows the same code. ID equals new ID. Then I split it up into tokens in order to create the label. So you drive the label, which is actually the name, the room name, and drive it. And so it would not update the name label. It wouldn't update that, but it would update the description. And I ran it through Grok, and then it told me to, let's go back up to line 81. It told me to do this thing where I'm waiting here. Update name label. We save it, we redraw, then we retry, and we do this get tree create timer, update name label, because somehow it was a null object. So it'd be a null object, and so it wouldn't update the ID, but it would it wouldn't update the name label, but it would update the description. So I mean, it kept doing that. So I fed it into Grok, and Grok was telling me that there's possibly some sort of a timing issue where it's in between one. It's where like it hasn't created it yet, so it doesn't update the name label, but it has created the other one, the description label. So it suggested I do this await get tree create timer thing, and then update name label and call it over again, like they keep calling it basically until a maximum amount of retries. And I don't know what it decided for the max retries. It says 5, so it's saying to try it for 5 times. So now whenever I make a change though, then this is out of whack with this, and so it can no longer create the it can no longer access the deal because now it's out of sync. So I need to figure out how to get around that somehow, or I need to find out if there's a way I can create all of these things later and have it create later. Because basically all it's saying is it's saying uh, keep retrying, keep calling it until it works, or until the max retries hits, and that's usually at 5. So let's see what we got here. 36, right? Because we got 6 rooms, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we got 6 rooms. So and that means it was trying it for several times, I think. Enchanted Lands. Anyways, it keeps hitting this deal where it can't create the label. Parameter data.tree is null. So somehow it gets out of sync whenever you modify the source, even modify the script or whatever, even if it's a little bit different. Maybe it's because it's based on some sort of reference or ID or something. Maybe some sort of reference count thing. But I'll have to figure that out when I get to it. But right now I'm going to do all this other stuff first, and then once that's working, then I'll address this. And I'll probably have to add, get the AI to reload save scene. I'll have to get the AI to actually fix it because the AI is the one that created the problem or created the code that where it has the problem. I guess that's one of the dangers of the AI, right? And I'm sure they're getting better with coding, but Grok is more of like a general purpose deal. It's not specifically for coding. That's why somebody the in the Blender IRC channel was suggesting I go. There's a thing called, what was it called? I made a bookmark on it. I made it a bookmark even. Where is it at? It's actually, where is it at? Oh, maybe I put it under like miscellaneous or something. Temp. Maybe put it under temp. Mercury Coder by Inception Labs, and he said that he thinks it's for the time being it's still free. So I might sign up for that just to see what it does, and maybe it'll help me out. I use Grok for more than just coding though, but lately I've been using it for, and occasionally I use the Brave Leo AI search assistant, and then I'll use ChatGPT some. So anywho, the thing that I want to do here is Enchanted Lands. Oh, this is a good test too, right? Let's go ahead and do this, and we'll save room data so that it saves it again. Okay, that's fine. It saves it. Now, if I reload it, it should. Well, okay. So it's gonna reload fine if I don't save the editor map, right? But if I save the editor map, it should give me those 36 errors again. Reload save scene, right? It gave me those. So that means I need to and errors might not be that big of a deal because it seems to recreate the rooms just fine. It's just that it no longer it's like they're no longer valid or whatever. Reload save scene. Cancel. Control S. Reload save scene. And no more errors down here. Okay. So what I want to do now is, and this is quite all right the way it's working. I want to be able to. First of all, is it on there? It's not on there. Okay, so I actually want that. Enter. And let's say root. Well, if I reload, nothing is saved, right? What happens if I save room data right now? Okay, and then I have to do the thing here. Delete. Okay, Control S. Reload save scene so it doesn't error out on me. And let's go back to Enchanted Lands. And I need to see if it kept the semicolon, which it should have, but and it didn't. Because I don't have anything to save it just yet, huh? Okay, that's a thing. That means that I need to, I guess that means that I need to actually save out the string, too. So, let me think for a second. Okay, I know what to do here. Because what I do is when I save, I write out the JSON. Wait a minute, what am I in? I'm in. I need to go in editor map. save room data for room, and then it saves the doors. Let's see something here. Okay, that would have been this one. This would have been loading in. Door specs, door specs. Maybe it's in room here, because door specs is actually in the room anyways. Door specs. There we go. Okay, so this reads the door data in, and then that's interesting. I didn't really think about that because I'm not actually saving the array. These are the doors. So what's going on here is when I after I create these doors from the JSON, I go in and set the spec string for whatever doors are in there. So if I already have the doors existing, it'll load them up. So kind of what I need to do is I need to add the semicolon onto plus semicolon, like that. Now, actually, this is be kind of interesting. Let's reload save scene. It gave me the error still, right? Yeah. Okay. So I have to kind of live with that until I can fix that, and I'll fix that later. Afterwards, let's go back to those errors for a second. Get tree returns null if the node is being called on is not a part of the scene tree. It's being called before the node is ready. Well, okay, so the bad part is I use Grok to do this, but here, let me go to the. It's in here, isn't it? Yeah. Like I was saying, so basically, I use the I call the update name label whenever you set the ID. So you're setting an ID, and the name label is based off of the ID. It takes off the location number, and it takes out the underscores, so it's just the name. So that means that Enchanted Lands here, this Enchanted Lands thing here would just be Enchanted Lands 1 would be the name. You can actually see that here. Enchanted Lands with the spaces and everything. Let's go back to script. Okay. And so what was happening is I could get the description label to update, but the name wouldn't do it because it didn't exist for some reason. And so I gave the code to Grok, and it was telling me that there must be some sort of timing issue where it would create the description label, but it wouldn't create the name label yet. So there's probably like half a command. I don't know how you say it. Half a clock cycle or whatever. I don't know how you'd say that here, but so there was some sort of delay. So it devised a thing to where if the name label didn't exist yet, that it would retry it 5 times, max retries here, and so it would wait for a second, and then it would retry the function again, and it looks like it's calling it recursively. So whenever I modify it now it's now and then whenever I modify it and then save the scene, the editor map scene here, which would be this, it's out of whack. In other words, these are it doesn't no longer points to this anymore. So that means that somehow it's not pointing to the same tree anymore, basically. We go back to the errors here. Data tree null cannot call method create timer on a null value. And somehow, yeah, somehow the tree is null whenever I modify and I save it. Whenever I modify the scene in here, probably even if I do this, if I do that and I save it, let's see if it does it again. Yeah, see 72 now instead of 36 because it did those over again. If I go down here, the same ones will be in here. So at a certain point, the tree is no longer valid once I make any kind of a change in there. Whenever I save the scene, the tree is no longer valid. So since I used Grok to actually help me figure out this other situation here, I'll have to feed it back into it again and ask it why it would be doing that. Well, I mean, I kind of already have an idea of why it's doing that. It's doing that because the tree has been changed, so it's I don't know if it's doing some sort of weird reference counting where it whenever you make a change, the reference is changed somehow, then the current tree is no longer exists. And actually, it might come up with the thing that says to do the same thing on the scene tree part. So I'm not really sure what the deal is. I guess that's kind of one of the problems with not knowing stuff very well. I don't know GD script that well, you know. Um, so, anyways, here, select all. I'll go ahead and do that right now. I have about an hour left. I should be able to get the other part done, as long as this doesn't take too long. Okay, so current room code will be. Wait, back up there. It's actually, I'm going to page down all the way to the bottom, I guess. Um, well, I didn't mean to hit enter. I meant to hit shift enter. But okay, we'll let it. I'll copy the errors anyways. Copy. No. Here, I'm just going to stop it. No, I accidentally hit enter before giving you the error message. This happens whenever I make a change to the editor map scene. This happens when I and save it. I have to cut it off. Luckily, it's just an AI and it won't get mad at me for cutting it off. But I don't know how these things work sometimes, but sometimes if the conversation's too long or it's got too much text, because it exhausts its 1 million tokens or whatever it's got. And sometimes it'll just like completely quit on you. Happening whenever you make a change. Yeah, yeah. Well, actually, yeah. uh, See, I hope I didn't screw it up because I might have. Meaning the scene tree is inaccessible at the time the function is called. Yeah, I know. Um, so I think I might have things up. I just meant whenever I make any kind of a change to the editor map.gd, to the editor map, move a room, or edit a field in the inspector, it gives me this error, and I have to delete the rooms and reload it for it to not error here. Oh, yeah. Part of that might have just been because of how long the conversation is, but the other part might have been just because of what. Okay, let me start over again. So I'm getting these errors whenever I make a change to the editor map. Be it move a room around in the 2D workspace, or edit a field in the inspector. Then save it. Grok had enough of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's actually some. It's kind of interesting the kind of limitations there are. If you paste a conversation, an old conversation, it's going to use up that many tokens, whatever that many words is. I think it said a million tokens is like 150,000 words or something, or I don't know, some number like that. But that it kind of chokes because it doesn't have any more, I guess, memory. I don't know. Maybe it runs out of memory or something. Edit field in the inspector, then save it. It will throw up these errors because apparently throw up these errors. I'm getting these errors whenever I make a change to the editor map, be it move a room or edit field, then save it. It will throw up these errors. Okay. It should be just fine here. It was just the fact that I hit enter too many times. I did interrupt it though too, so it might have just quit now. Oh, there we go. When okay, I kind of have an idea already why it happens, so it's going to change this a little bit. I don't know if I'll understand any of it, but I'll try to read it and understand it a little bit here. Okay. The issue occurs in the update name label function in roomgd, specifically this line. Context, retries finding the name label node if it's not present using the timer delay. The function is called via call deferred from set ID or set label when you modify ID or label in the inspector, or indirectly when moving a room, which updates its position and might trigger other property changes. Root cause. In Redot's editor context, at tool script, get tree can return null during certain operations, especially during scene initialization, saving, or when the node isn't fully added to the scene tree. Actions like moving a room, editing a field, or saving the scene can trigger these state changes, causing get tree to be unavailable temporarily. And actually, maybe it has to do with using ready, or I think there's a couple of different deals that you can do for initialization to where it's fully initialized before it does anything. And so maybe that's not ready. So if I can change, if we can fix that, might be able to fix the call deferred and the whole 9 yards, because if the scene tree is fully formed when you try to do something, I might not need that extra code in there. But I don't know anything for sure, so we're just gonna have to take it as it comes, I guess. Especially during scene. Okay. All right. Causing get tree to be unavailable temporarily. We need to avoid using get tree create timer in the editor context. It's unreliable during these state changes. Instead, we can replace timer with deferred retry. Use call deferred to retry update name label without relying on the timer. This avoids accessing get tree, which ensures the retry happens at the next editor frame when the scene tree is likely available. Add safety check. Add a check to ensure the node is in the scene tree before attempting retries, preventing unnecessary calls to invalid states. Update name label. Okay, So I'm gonna do the old-fashioned thing that I always do, and yes, I do have this on GitHub desktop, but I don't usually commit until I'm like done for the day or whatever. So um, let's go ahead and let's go into here. We're gonna have to delete this. I'm gonna have to do this anyway, so and save it. Scene reload. Scene save scene. Okay, that's fine. Excuse me. Let me try this again just to make sure that okay, everything's good. Okay, so let's go back to update name label. I'm gonna do my old-fashioned method of backup instead of using. I haven't learned Git itself, which I plan to do at some point, but not right this second, basically. Um, where's update name label? Okay. Um, so I tried restoring a file and it messed up through using GitHub because I use GitHub desktop and I'm on Linux, so a bool loop to check if get tree equal no would likely do the same thing as it's suggesting. Possibly. A bool loop to check if get tree is equal to no. Yeah. Let's see. Await. Use mean on the await line, just like right above it. If get tree is equal to null, if it's not equal to null. Bitcrude, of course, doesn't have an out like what the AI suggested, but it would be my first try. I see. Check. Huh. Well, maybe we'll try it, but I'm gonna do this first. Copy. And I'm doing my old-fashioned way of backing up. And that is, I'm just putting this in here so that if it screws it up further, I can just go back to it automatically. I mean, it's not your fancy schmancy Git type of stuff, but it'll do here. Okay. I don't care. Let's do this whole thing. Paste. Control S. Okay. Let's go ahead just for a good measure and let's delete these and okay. And then let's go ahead and save it. Let's go ahead and clear this out. And let's reload. Save scene. Okay, now let's just go and move this around a little bit. And Control S. And scene, reload, save scene. Well, that worked. So I guess I don't need to do the bool check. It's got the full thing there. Of course, I didn't actually really look at it to see what it was actually doing here. Let's see. If not is inside tree, return. Room not in scene tree. Aborting name label update for name. Okay. Safety check. Updating. Tipped in get node at path. If name label. Text. Retry count. Call deferred. Retry count. Okay. Interesting. Let's see something here. Lookup symbol. Calls the method on the object during idle time. Always returns null. Mainly at the end of the process. Oh, okay, so I've got here, let's go back to room. It's room. Oh, update name label is the function. So I see. So it allows you to I see. We have that, it's already written in here to do the retries. So it'll call it, and then it'll increment the count here. Okay, I get it. I get it. But it seems to be working now. Let's see if I can do something else here. Let's go to Enchanted Lands. Let's just modify this, right? And let's just save. I'm not actually saving the ID here in the file right now. Scene, reload, save scene. Here, let's clear this out again. Reload, save scene. Okay, that's actually fine. It changed it back, which is fine. Okay, everything seems to work like it's supposed to now, anyways. But okay, so let's get back to what I was trying to do earlier. Let's go back to the editor map. Colorford basically just makes it happen more or less at the end of everything. Definitely a better solution than what I said. Well, that's cool. I'm glad. But see, you would have been able to come up with whatever. And I don't know enough to be able to do any of this stuff. You know, I didn't know there was a call deferred, and part of it is just not knowing GDScript that well. So that's just something that I'll have to like read up on it and learn how to use it. Is all. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We are going to let's go into here. Let's see if the semicolon's in there because I put that in the code to actually save the okay. So what happens is it loads up the door in the JSON file, and then it creates this string, which is a spec, what it calls spec string. So I can modify it. I can change the choice value, and I can change the destination page or destination room. So so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this create doors from specs. That's going to loop through all of the door specs files. First, what it's going to do is it's going to remove all the doors from the room, and then it's going to recreate the doors from the spec string, which was put in there when it actually loaded up the room, and then this will handle like removal. So if I want to remove something, I'd have to basically just omit the semicolon. If I omit the semicolon, it's not going to create it. I'm not going to have it create it. So so what do we got here? We got the strings for door spec and room door specs, tokens. Okay. And then let's see here. It splits it up. Let me think for a second. Let's go to the top here, and let's go if door spec. I do like I do. Sometimes I'm used to C and C++, so I'm used to the parentheses. And GDScript does allow you to put parentheses on if statements, even if it doesn't need them. So sometimes I'm putting them on, sometimes I'm not putting them on. It just depends on what I'm thinking of at the time. So I'm like half in one and half in the other, or whatever. So if door spec that ends with that. So if it's the last, right? No. Okay, if let me think for a second. I don't know. Can I use a deal on that to represent not return? Yeah. I think I can do that. I know there's like not NOT, and then there's like, I don't know. Let me ask Rock here because like I said, I don't know that much about GD script really. So I can use not instead of not on an if statement, even if it's a Boolean check. Just asking it. I mean, just because it works doesn't mean it's going to work correctly, because it might be just a bitwise, not. So, yeah, I'll just go ahead and yes, you can use for Boolean check in GD script. Okay. Still evaluate stuff using the innermost parenthesis. Also, yes, you can use not bang instead of not. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the there. It was something in Python that you could tell it to. What was it? I had it in one of the scripts in here. I didn't realize that was a thing. Of course, being based off of Python, it makes sense. Okay, this is what I would do anyways in like a C program. So C, C++, C sharp. Okay, so for door specs and room specs. So have a if it doesn't have a semicolon, then it should drop out. So I can print just for test purposes. Print um, um, um well, it's not gonna even be called just yet, but I'll print it anyways. Print no semicolon found. Actually, I don't necessarily want it to return either. I want it to just continue. Skipping door creation. We'll just do it like that. And instead of return, I'll put continue. And that should be cool. Okay. Now, what's the next thing I want to do? And actually, the first thing I actually probably want to do here, in fact, I'll do it up here somewhere, is I want to go ahead and remove the doors for the room. So, for what if I can do this door and doors? I think I can do that. Right? And it needs a. Oh, so it doesn't allow parentheses on fours. I forgot. That's all right. Now it just expects indented blocks. So I believe you can actually inline GD script using print test1, print test2. Huh. That's kind of interesting anyways. Okay. So what I want to do now is I want to remove the door. So let me think here. I have to actually. This is one of the things where coding it doesn't really stick with me. Like I don't really like remember here. Rooms.remove child.queue free. So it would be doors.remove child because it's there a child node, and then I can free it afterwards. Okay, so where were we at? Where did that go? Okay, there we go. room dot remove child door. Let's see. Oh, of course, room dot doors. Doors. Room dot remove child door. Door dot be free. Oops. Like that. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and print this out too. Print removing space. I'm just gonna go ahead and use plus cat8. Room dot door dot ID plus from room plus room dot ID. That way I can actually I can see it actually removing it. Okay, and then this is continue. And so now we're down here. Now we want to create a door, and I'm going to go back to my door creation code in, where is it? In load all rooms. Let's see something here. Load. Oh, that's right. I actually created it in here. So, load data from JSON. Create and attach door nodes. Okay, so door create, choice destination, door name. Okay, so I can pretty much do the same here. If new door, add child door. Let's see something here. Then we'll do this. I think here, yes. Now we're actually going through the spec string, so I won't be. Hold on, let me think for a sec. I won't actually be doing this because the string will already be there, and it can be the same. So that doesn't matter that much. Okay, so let's just copy this. And let's go back and editor map. And let's go back up to, where is it? Create doors, there we go. And we're gonna put this down in here. Of course, it won't be the right thing there. Door data and all that stuff. It's not what it's gonna be. Door ID. And actually, in a sense, I probably don't need this stuff up here. But what we'll do is I'll go ahead and do it based on the thing here. ID string, choice string, okay. ID string, choice string, destination string, and door name equals door2 plus dest string. That we're going to take these out. Right, creating door name from JSON from, it won't be from JSON data, from spec strings. Var new door equals door create. If new door, doors. Okay, so room dot doors append new door, room dot add child. So I create the new door and then I add it to the thing. So this should work correctly. It probably won't work correctly because nothing ever does. But maybe I should get some more coffee. Here, let me try this before I go grab some more coffee. Okay, so everything here should be fine. Okay, create doors from specs. And now let's go ahead and right. What? Control Z. All right. I don't care. Save it. What am I looking for? Save room data for room. Okay. Let's go down. I can just put save room data. I don't have to say for room, but save room data. There's only 2 matches. That's good. Deleting old files, meta path, save metadata, save data. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to create the doors first before saving the rest of the data, I think. That's right. Create doors from specs. Room. And that should work. Pop in here and there as well, in the feature as well. Thanks, cool, Fluffy. Pop in whenever you feel like it. Pop out whenever you feel like it. It's all good. I know some of the stuff. Like I'm sharing everything about the game, so it's the writing and it's when I get to the art part, I'll be doing the art, coding, whatever. So a lot of this is just going to be pretty boring. Some of it's not going to be boring, but a lot of it will be. So you may prefer to watch the stream after the fact and just kind of skip through it if you're interested, or just wait for the updates. I'm uploading updates, which are edits of my streams, and actually starting with update number 25, which is not for at least a month. They're just I'm recording clips at the end of my streams showing what I did that day. So so yeah, you can wait for the updates if you want to, but the updates are like way out because I couldn't get caught up because editing takes a long time. So I figured out a method where I can get what I want in the update relatively shortly. So, anyways, yeah, I usually stream my dev Monday through Friday at around the same time, which is Eastern U.S. time. So it's usually about 11:30 to 3:30 my time. So UK time that would be like 5:30 to 9:30, I think. 5:30 to 9:30 is about right, I think. Anyways, yeah, so 3:30, no, it'd be 8:30, wouldn't it? 11:30 to 8:30, that's what it would be, UK time. So you can kind of extrapolate based on that, I guess. Or you can just look it up online somewhere. Yeah, anyways, thanks for stopping by. And let me continue with this, and we'll see if it works. Okay. Now this has the... Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and save the room data. Very much technical, guys, so seeing the whole thought process and working through it is what I enjoy the most. To mention my favorite language is pure C, and that gives you a better idea. Yeah, okay, that's cool. And I started with Pascal in high school, and then I got Turbo Pascal for my PC at home, and then I didn't like learn C till like way later, and then I learned a little bit of C, a little bit of C plus plus, you know, a little C sharp. So I know a little bit of everything. Just I'm just like jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing, you know. So and so my background is mostly using C, C plus plus. So um, I find adapting to Python based stuff a little bit weird. I don't like the indenting. I like the fact I like um, uh, code block characters, delimiters like the curly braces in C or begin and end in Pascal, and end of line, end of statement with a semicolon. So that way you can have stuff on multiple lines and it goes until it hits the semicolon. So GD script is still a little weird to me. Anyways, yeah. So pop in whenever I'm doing coding, and whenever I'm not and it's not interesting, just pop back out again. That's cool. Anywho, I should go ahead and try this and see what happens. Save. Okay, property or key, invalid access to property or key. All right. So automatically there's an error. 29. Okay, removing for door in room.doors. Mm, yeah, but it's not. Oh, oh. We're not. Yeah, door ID, not room. Door ID, room. Okay, there's the problem. Okay. Let's go back to this and let's save it. And all right, here let's do this again. 6 errors. Remove child, invalid function, non-existent function because I probably, it's probably underscore or something I'm missing. So let's go back here and let's go to 130. Probably be remove child, I think. And let's go ahead and do this again. Okay. It looks like it's worked. No semicolon found. Skipping door creation. Okay, so that's. Oh, yeah, but that's on that. Okay. Oh, no doors here. Although it should have been right here for this last one here, though. So I don't know why that's not. Let's see. Let's go up to Genlands 1. Oh, okay. Uh, I'm gonna have to replace these files now, though. But let's do it again, though. Save. ID on base previous type previously freed. Okay, 129, 181. Okay. Where is 181? Property or key ID on a base object previously data for room. Hmm. I have to figure this out. I still got 30 minutes, so let's see if I can figure this out. It should have recreated them though, so that's skipping door creation. So it removed them. Hmm. Let's go down to here. Door in room, not doors. Doors should not be in there. So ID would previously freed. I get that it's freed, but of course it's freed, and then it's supposed to recreate them. And if door in room doors, it shouldn't have any doors left. So I'm not sure why. Okay, let's go back to 129. If it's already been freed, it shouldn't be able to go into the loop if it's already been freed. I don't get it. Let's print room dot doors dot size. No. Oh. Room dot doors dot size. Okay. Let's do this again. 2D. Okay. Let's clear the errors out. Hit save. Why? Valid access to property key ID on base object of type previously freed. There shouldn't be in the previously freed just yet. Oh, maybe. Okay, so let me think of something here. Maybe I might know what the deal is. Um, See, I didn't even actually get to this. Um, moving door. See some here. Okay, so I think part of it is the doors. Okay, I get it. Because doors is an array, and I'm removing these directly. So somehow I gotta remove them from the somehow I gotta remove them from the array. Okay, let me think. Okay. Okay, so okay, everything is working good. So here's a problem I'm running into, and don't suggest anything until I tell you about it. Here's the code. Okay. Really, I just wanted to acknowledge before it does anything. I probably should have said acknowledge, please, or something like that. Um, and then here's the error. Understand? Okay. Okay. So uh, this is an error, and I'm pretty sure I know why. I have the array of doors, so it's attempting to access the doors from the array. While the array entries are still there, even though the door itself has been freed. So I need to remove the array entry first. How would I do that? As it's just an array and not a dictionary. I think I might have to iterate um, through the array and find the matching door via the ID. Find the matching door via the ID. Then remove that from the array before actually removing the door from the system. So it should tell me you're correct about the cause. Your doors array in the room contains references to door objects that have been freed using queue-free, but the array entries haven't been removed. Okay. Uh, when you try to access the ID property of a freed door, create door from specs. Redot throws an error because object no longer exists in memory. You're removing door nodes from the scene tree and freeing them. However, this loop only removes the doors from the scene tree and frees them, but it doesn't remove the references. Solution: clear the array. To fix this, you need to ensure that it's updated before you remove the door nodes. The simplest approach is to clear the room doors array before freeing the doors. So you're rebooting the doors anyways from door specs. This avoids iterating. Oh, I don't actually have to iterate. I can just, of course, of course. It's going to suggest something, but I'm going to do it myself. So, let's see. Um, for door and room doors. Okay. Doors equals room dot doors. Are doors equals room dot doors. No, yes. Room dot doors equals dot, and then I'm gonna compare it to. I'm gonna go ahead and compare my code to its deal. Now we free it, so now doors has that for door in doors. View free. I think that will work, but I'll go ahead and look at it. For door in room doors, remove child clear. Room dot doors clear. For door in room doors. Oh, clear. Okay, let's do that. That's probably a better way to do it here. Let's do it its ways. Doors. Okay, so let's see if that does the trick. Reload saved scene. No, not reload saved scene. 2D, save room data. I did, and it's still still is giving me the same error. I had one suggestion is to save the doors to a another variable, then clear the doors array by room.doors equals, then remove from the tree the doors variable. Oh, no, it's Sorry, you're starting to refer to an older piece of code. Got that fixed. I'm gonna try my way, then. We'll see. We'll see if my way works. So, door and doors. Instead of clear, I don't want to do clear. Because I'm pretty sure I can just doors equals room dot doors. Room dot doors. For door and doors. Room dot doors equals equals. Okay, for door and doors. Now let's see if this works. It might not work either, but we'll try it. Because right now I may have to well, why? Unable to finish replying. Please try again later. Yeah, that's all right. Room that doors here. Found skipping door. No semicolon found skipping door creation, and it works. Okay, got that working. Okay, now what I want to do here is let's go ahead and actually we can leave the meta files. We can delete those, I guess. Don't strictly need them right this second. Okay, so let's go ahead and rooms back up. Copy, go to rooms, paste, apply to all files, replace. Okay, now let's go ahead and scene, reload, save scene. The doors are back. Okay, and now I have semicolon. So now, if I go to save room data, right? Let's just go ahead and hit save room data. There shouldn't be any errors, and it shouldn't remove any doors because it should actually be able to rebuild the doors because I got the semicolons in there now. Save room data. Okay. Okay. 10 lens. Let's go to 1. Let's go to its array. There's a semicolon after that, and so on and so forth. Awesome. Spec strings. creating door. Okay, let's go in. Let's find spec strings. Okay. Creating spec strings, door to sky, spec strings. Okay, I see. We do have a little bit of a problem here. Door to 5. Okay. Destination string, substring. Okay. Print. Print ID string. ID string in door creation. That. 2D. One save scene. Clear that out. Oh. Okay. That's interesting. Door 2. Huh. Okay, it doesn't really matter that much. Okay. Go ahead and hit paste again. Place. And let's go ahead and reload, save scene. I'm almost there again. Okay, that's all right. Okay. Create door from specs. ID string. Why? Okay, let's check something out here before we do anything. 01 enchanted lands. So somehow, so saving Castle Throne Room. Actually, it's just okay. Paste. Nice. Scene, reload, saved scene. Okay. Um, remove the doors. Okay. ID string. ID string indoor creation. Okay. Toward the sky. Okay. Okay, we don't want that, do we? Okay. Okay, so first, that's what we want to do. -5, -4, -1, like that. Just be more explicit. Okay. Scene, reload, save scene. Not called size. I thought it was called size. Maybe it's called length. It's probably length, right? Script. Length. Save stream. Whoa. Okay. Paste. Replace. Scene, reload, save scene. Okay. Just clear this out. Let's go to 2D. Let's go to save room data. Valid operands. Okay. Let's do this again. Getting annoyed. Paste. Apply this to all. Replace. Okay, come back here. Scene, reload, save scene. Clear it. 2D. Click save. Okay, so door is still. Let's go ahead and check the. Let's go ahead and check this file here. ID choice. Okay, it's not supposed to be saving the extra door for one thing. Why does it always have to be like right when I'm supposed to quit now? Stupid thing. Scene, reload, save scene. Why is it called that? Where do we add new door? Create. Okay. Okay, so if I hit save here, no errors. ID string and door creation, door to sky. Creating door to 005 sky. Spec strings. Okay, that's fine, but that should not appear here though. Let's try this again. Let's open this up again. Why is it putting the extra stupid thing in there? Okay, so let me do this differently then. Paste, replace, right? One door. So let's go in here. Let's see if it does it in here first. Scene, reload, saved scene. Now let's go back into. Okay, it's doing that in there probably because of where I'm putting the names or something. Let's see something here. Does that mean that this? No, this is still looking the same. So it hasn't done anything. So it only does it when I save. It doesn't do it here. So how come it's including the number, the location number, instead of destination? Script. So let's see if my thing is doing it here. Choice string is that destination string. Okay. Okay, let's see something. ID string colon. And instead of comma, let's do it plus comma space des string colon space plus des string. Okay. And we'll do this like so. Just so I can identify it. Okay. All right. close this. We're going to go to 2D viewport. We're going to say save. We're going to go ID string door to sky, destination string 005 sky. There is a problem in my loading code, isn't there? Okay, so what happens here first is that this is now with this extra thing in here, which it shouldn't be in there. Choice 1, and then everything is, and I kind of don't get that the way that's working, but that's the way that is working somehow. Paste, replace, reload save scene. Okay, so reload save scene. Okay. All right, create doors from specs. Save data from room, okay. ID choice. Okay, that's still in save data for room. That's not what we want. Load all rooms. Add room to editor map. And dang it. I'm gonna have to call it a day today, guys. So I'll fix this either maybe later tonight. Maybe it's iffy. I don't know. It kind of depends on things. But yeah. So I'll see you guys later, and I'll see you tomorrow if you're interested in me streaming my edit day. Otherwise, I'll see you on Monday for some more code, some more game development. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you on either tomorrow or see you Monday.